Okay, there we go. We got a new temporary setup for today. Let me hold on. Gotta make sure this is working properly. I need to check my mic because I don't have a mic here. Let's see. Hold on. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. I think it's okay. Testing, testing. I think it's okay. Testing, testing. I think it's okay. Let me give it a second minute so I can just hear this properly. If I stand up here, give it a second minute so I can just hear this properly. Testing. If I stand up here, give it a second minute so I can just hear this properly. Testing. If I stand up here, give it a second minute so I can just hear this properly. Testing. If I stand up here, I'm gonna give this the okay. I think we are good. Let's get out of here. Slide this bad boy over here. Okay. We are ready to rock here. Let me just turn on kick. Kick should be good too. Here you go, make sure kick is okay. So here, test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So I'm not in my usual setup today, so I don't have all the tools that I normally have. One of which being my iPad because I forgot to bring it. I got it ready to bring and then I forgot to bring it. So we are going to have to improvise a little bit. But as always, the first order of business, which you guys won't be able to see, but I'm just gonna do it anyways. Maybe over here you can see it. 50. I'm gonna open this window a little bit. Get some air in here. Let's get this show on the road. So I stopped off yesterday doing basically I started going into the states of action and laid out the general higher tiered branching of data structure. And now I need to go in and I need to define schedule and templates. So let's do that. So today there will very likely be 0 lines of code written. This will still be entirely developmental. We might get to do a little bit towards the end. But this, either today or tomorrow, will be the last day of this type of work. So it's just pulling up my stuff here, getting the context. Let me start thinking about this. So basically what we're collecting here is data from the parse that specifically pertains to schedules. Right, that's the idea. So let me go look in my old data here and see what we were recording. And I'll kind of go from there. So for sure, what we care about is time data, right? We care about time. So I have a notepad here that you guys probably should be able to see. Let me get this up for you guys. Hold on. So, hold on. You see this? So today the goal is to build out the data for schedule and templates. And if it's not that, we don't care about it. So the first section that we care about is time. We need time data. So I'm just gonna write it simply. So time, and then within time, there is basically start and hold on, let me look through my older data here. So I'm trying to remember why I had time type in here. Let me go look at my old notes. It doesn't seem it's doing anything meaningful. Okay, so we don't need is time present. So, okay, time type. I see what it's doing. It's basically so I think start and end doesn't belong in here, but windowed and flexible definitely is a good idea, right? Like say the user says like I gotta work out for an hour today, right? And they don't really care when. That would be a flexible time time type, right? Or is that more of a constraint? Let's start by building out more of the bare bones, and then we'll think about more edge cases later. So start and duration. So basically the anchor. Uh, so is there an anchor? Which essentially implies, is it flexible? I mean, you know what? No. So for the parse side here, it's more like start and end time. Um, right? And then what we do is when it actually goes to draw the schedule, it will turn those into anchors and durations, right? So what could people say about time? Uh, so we'll call one branch dynamics, meaning if they said anything regarding, flexible and rigid, I think, are the two in this branch. Right? Like they either have to do it at a certain time or they don't. But then there's also flexibility across duration instead of necessarily anchors. So maybe what we do instead is we map this type of flexibility within start times, end times, and duration. So basically this start field would capture the time, the flexibility, so let's call it dynamics. I'm gonna have to write it like this. We'll just leave some space. Hmm. So hot in here. Need some oxygen. You guys even see me now? I can barely see this. Alright, this fan. Yes, this is gonna be very good. So somebody's talking about doing something, and they mention a time. They can give you start data, they can give you end data, and they can give you duration. I think that's basically everything regarding time, right? And then the other things that we would want to pick up is whether each of those time types is static or flexible, right? So for example, I could say I want to go to the gym at 6, right? Like I need to be at the gym at 6, so that would be, like a static dynamic of a start time of 6. But then I could say, but it doesn't really matter how long I work out for, right? So in that case, there would be essentially no end time and no um, strict dynamics on the duration, right? So start time and end time, the dynamics surrounding that, the start time and end time, and the dynamics surrounding that. And then there could be an example where the user doesn't give a start or end time and just says something like 60 minutes, right? Like I gotta go to the gym for 60 minutes. In that case, that would capture a duration and not a start or end time. So all of these apply the same way. And I think these are pretty much the three things, at least at the initial parse level, right now that I care about. Now let me start looking in the data some more and see what else I had in here. So certainty we have moved into the state of being, right? Like how certain they were about each subsection of the parse. It should be able to do that linkage. I'll definitely test that later, but it should be able to handle this. So certainty doesn't belong in here anymore. We're basically only concerned about actual states of action at this point. Right, so all of this about like supplementary data, the source type being explicit versus inferred, trying to think back to how I did states of being and if I incorporated this type of idea. Let me go look. So it's in here somewhere. I think this one wrong one here. So here. Okay. Where is my list? Somewhere in here. This. So I'm noticing that there's no ability to keep track of where the data actually came from. And what I mean by that is, did the LLM make an inference or did the user explicitly say this thing? So that's 100% something that we need. And what I'm trying to figure out is, do we do that within this column, or is that its own column? So if we have a user input, we have their raw text, it parses, it gets mapped to either state of being or state of action. Within each of those mappings, there needs to be some level of traceability to whether that was an inference or explicit parse, essentially. For example, like if the user says like, I'm gonna go to the gym from 2 to 3, then an inference on top of that would be a duration of 60 minutes, right? Or maybe that's not the best example. Maybe that is actually still explicit, but something along the lines of like the user says like repeatedly that like I feel so tired, right? I'm feeling tired, I'm feeling tired. Over time, the system might make an inference about their self-identity of them self-identifying as somebody who's always really tired all the time or something like that, right? Um, the point being is there can be scenarios where the system makes inferences instead of explicitly parsing based on what the user said. Like it needs to be able to peek around the corners, and we need to keep track of when that happens. So if we go look at this data here, right? So this would be an example of a state of mind parse, right? So no, let me get a real example here. This is better, I think. Where's the one where I started doing the linkages? Yeah, it's here. So part of what we've established already is that there's linkages across being context and action context, right? So maybe what we need as well for both states of being and states of action is a linkage between essentially the LLM and the parse, right? And the user input that maps that type of data. You know what I mean? A way for it to say, like, when I did this, I was certain about it, or I made an inference about this. And that needs to be kept track of. And I think probably the best way to do that is like this. So it was called intralinks. So we have state of mind, state of soul, and then intralinks within there. So basically, it would be we have schedule to map it over. It would be like so. Probably the easiest way to do this actually is for each parse, it's basically like how do we think of the day? So it would be like time would be the outermost branch, then it would be start and duration. Within start, there would be another nested object, and it would just say the time, and then following the time would be the dynamics, and then following the dynamics could be um, this thing that I'm talking about that essentially measures whether or not this information came from direct user input or the LLM's inference. So I think we need to incorporate that. So we're not actually building anything right now. We're still working on designing. And before we go on to doing the schedule section of states of action, I want to just quickly discuss one thing about what we've done inside of states of being so far. And the one missing gap that I'm noticing is that it's not clear in the data, or we haven't actually accounted for it at all in the data, the ability to keep track of when the LLM had to make an inference versus when it actually explicitly grabbed something from the user input. So the same way that we're tracking certainty of the humans input, we need to track certainty of the LLM's input. And the best solution that I've came up with to solve this so far is within each entry, right? So when there's like a parse mapping, for example, within the intellectual branch where resurrection evidence reason gets mapped to because all of the evidence pointed to his resurrection, we would add another value, I guess, within that key mapping or in some way connected to that data that essentially flags whether or not this entry was an inference made by the LLM or if it was an explicitly grabbed thing from the user input. And then the LLM, if it was an inference, should also give some sort of measure of how much inference was made. Like a 10 being like, I basically just made this up out of thin air, and a 1 being like, I'm pretty sure this is what they're talking about. But I can't be like 100% certain, but I'm almost as close to certain as I can be, right? I don't know, that whole numerics thing might not be the best idea because it does leave room for kind of fake data. But everything else I said before that is definitely something important and worth considering. Let me know what you think of all these ideas. Make sure you read through the entire Life OS North Star data file to understand all of the context that I'm referring to. If you need access to that file, let me know. So this is important. So basically what I'm getting at is like after every entry, I'm gonna get this out of the way here. After every entry, we basically need an LLM certainty entry. And this should happen after every piece of parse information, right? And I think the best way to do it is this way, where whenever there's a parse entry, the certainty is written right beside that entry, right? So it's a clear, this is the certainty for this entry, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I think that it doesn't make sense to give this its own data column because you would have to establish a whole linkage system from that column to whatever it is it's being certain about within other columns, right? So I think it makes more sense to explicitly just keep the linkage right there. For per entry parser ground in which direction you put it. I'll keep humans are new separate as well. Yeah, exactly. So it's this one is what I'm getting at. So it's basically figured out what I'm talking about. So text here is what it's referring to is the title of the parse, then followed by the evidence of the parse, right? And then the LLM certainty after that. So we would have to switch it to basically be like label. We'd have to say like label. It would be like label, grounding. Um, so it's not quite getting this right. It's basically just can't scroll over. So the idea is basically right next to where the parse is already being entered. Like right now, it's basically a key value pair, right? But that doesn't give us enough space to add another entry. So what we need to do is make it so we can basically keep track of the label of the parse, the evidence for that label, and then the certainty of that parse as deemed by the LLM, whether it was explicit from the user input or inferred by the LLM. So basically what's happening right now is the key is being mapped to the label of the parse, and then the value of that key is being mapped to the evidence for that key's label, right? So the way it's structured right now is we can only store two states, meaning the label and which is the title, and then the key, which is the evidence for that title or claim or whatever you want to call it. So within our current data structure, I don't think we can expand correctly in order to have this third entry mapped to that same label that is measuring LLM certainty or inference. So how do you think we should go about it? Should we make it like another nested structure inside? How should we do this? It's gonna do the cursor glitch here. This won't go through. I'll give it a sec to try, but super annoying issue with cursor. When they give you that multi whatever thing where you have to pick a choice and you give a verbal follow-up, it just breaks. Okay, let's see. So it's saying do no, that doesn't work. No, no, that doesn't work because essentially what you will get. Actually, this can work because then you would just append multiple of these, right? Like if there are multiple emotional entries. So it wants to, so key, we're not going to call key. We're going to call that the label. We'll do label evidence grounding and then sure, yeah, parser confidence. That's fine. Yeah, so this is what's new, grounding. So it's nested key value pairs, yeah, that works. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So I think nested key value pairs work. What I just want to make sure though is that we can append multiple of these key value pair structured entries within one branch. Like for example, say a user input had multiple emotional signals, we should be able to capture both of those signals in two separate structured sub branches within emotional, right? So for this like anxious work example, say they also gave some sort of context about being excited for something else in the day, there would also be, there would be a comma after this whole branched entry, and then the mapped equivalent entry for the other emotional context that was picked up. Hopefully you understand what that means. And if you do think you understand it, show me how you would give that type of dual modality example with two emotional contexts being picked up. Show me the data structure. I think it's understanding. I didn't explain that very well. I wasn't exactly sure how to communicate it, but it's yeah, we're pretty much on the same page here. Yeah, exactly. Okay, makes perfect sense. So basically, the four things that we'll be doing for any of these states is there's going to be a key, which is essentially the title. Actually, you know what? Let's swap key to being called label. It shouldn't be called key. It should be called label. It's like the label of the entry. And then we have evidence, which is what supports where that label came from. Then we have the grounding, which is whether or not this was inferred or verbatim. And then if it was not verbatim, meaning it was inferred by the LLM, it will give some sort of measure in another entry that I think we called parser certainty. Is that basically the idea? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. We're totally on the same page now. Keep in mind that we're going to carry this principle forward across any sort of user input parse for all states of being and the states of action that we're going to develop as well. The idea here is basically that there was a gap and we weren't tracking essentially whether the user's input was inferred by the LLM or picked up verbatim. So we need to make sure that anytime a user input is parsed, no matter where that gets mapped to, that we're accounting for this sort of LLM certainty versus verbatim parsing. With that being said, give me a full data structure tree example of all states of being so I can see that you're fully understanding how this structure is supposed to map across the entire state of being tree. I'm logged out. Uh-oh. So now that it knows this, I don't need to write all these down here, like for time and everything. It should just know to do that. Let's see. So here's a full worked example. Let's see. So let me actually pay attention here to all of these. Looks like it's doing it right though. So anxious, excited. The one thing I don't like that it's doing is for the emotional states is mapping like anxious work. It should just be anxious, right? Like anxious about work is not the idea. And then I guess, yeah, that's fine actually. Actually, no, it's better. It's better that way. It's better. It's more granular. You can do more with that. If I wanted to collapse anxious work into just an anxious character profile later, we could do that from this. That's fine. Okay, it's nailing it. I'm just gonna trust it did the links right because I did this work already yesterday. I don't want to redo the same work again. But okay, totally understood this. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna move on to doing the states of action now, starting with scheduling. The first concept that we're trying to wrestle with is basically what do we care about capturing for scheduling? And the most obvious one to start with, in my opinion, is time. And where I'm at now is that I've split time into basically three things that we care about on the user input level. At least it's just the first three things that I thought of. So the first of which would be the user indicates a start time for an activity. The second of which is they indicate an end time, and the third of which is they indicate a duration, right? And you might be wondering, why do we need duration if we have start and end? You can just compute it from that. Well, you can imagine a scenario where the user says, I want to do something for 60 minutes, but does not give a start or an end time, right? So I think these are the three most fundamental things that we care about regarding time. And then basically what we want to keep track of, right, within this. So the same way that we just had LLM certainty mapped to each of these parsers, one of the mappings that we care about in here is dynamics, meaning is this structured to a start, end, or duration, or is this flexible, right? Like if the user says, I want to go to the gym at 6, but I mean, like I can go another time. It's not really a big deal. And I got to go for about an hour, maybe two, right? So the LLM could pick the start time of 6, but note that the dynamics are flexible. The duration is an hour, and also note that the dynamics are flexible, right? And then maybe even keep a note of the nature of those dynamics, right? So it's just something that I started to think about. This is just starting to get the ball rolling. Let me know what you think of that first level of structure going into building the states of action schedule branch, and then specifically starting with time inside of there. Today we have gotten 98 defense. We will be combat maxing very soon on the Iron Man. Holy fuck, look at the size of this girl's forehead. Insane. So the order of action here is basically we need to figure out schedule and template parsing data. Just the user facing parsing. What we care about capturing from the input. And then after we do that, we basically write out contracts for transferring this parse data to like app functionality basically. But I think we have an extremely solid foundation now for gathering user input. That's not right. Yes, that's really good claims. Yes, you're right. It is different that uh, the grounding and parser confidence is a completely different idea than dynamics. What I was saying is I wanted to add dynamics as an additional thing that we're keeping track of within each of these parse entries here. So it's like another layer of context that we're capturing within start time, end time, or duration. And yes, you're right. Of course, we still need to tie a label to time. I thought that would be like an obvious inference that we needed to do, but you're right. I should have explicitly said that. Of course, like always, always, any user input gets a label. And in the case of schedule, that label is essentially what is the title of the activity, and then that, of course, is what it's getting linked to. Time and any other thing that we deem that we need to link it to. So I'm still just reading along here in what you said. Give me 1 second. I'm just reading what you said about intro links here. 1 sec. Yeah, no, so intralinks is, we've not gotten to that yet, what we need them for, if we need them at all in states of action. Um, More so what we're getting at least within this time section, is that we basically need a label that gets attached to either start, end, or duration, or all of them, or none of them, or whatever, any iteration of those. And then attached to each of these individual parses about start, end, or duration, as well as the label, like where the label came from. We need the same parser inference, and then for the time specific things I was saying, we also needed a measure of these dynamics. I'm just looking at the example that you gave me now. So schedule, placement, just looking here. Okay, so I see that you've put a label inside of both time start and time duration. Um, and then you also, for some reason, have some placement section with a label for gym. And I see what you've done. You said for label gym. Um, that's some sort of intralinking I think you're trying to establish here. Um, that seems like not the best way to do this, though. It seems redundant. It seems like the label could just live inside of time start. But then I guess we do run into the issue where what the label is really about inside of time start is what is the start time of the gym. So it should say gym start and not gym. Um, yeah, this isn't bad actually. The only thing that I'm noticing is it just feels unstructured a little bit. It feels like these should be more explicitly linked. So my intuition right now is saying for label doesn't make any sense inside of time start, time duration, or time end. And I think what we do is we make these so each schedule entry essentially has all of these grouped together per entry, right? So there's always a placement entry, there's always a time start entry, there's always a duration entry, and per placement, we would try to collect time start, time end, and time duration data, and we group all those together as one object in the same structure you have now, but as one object rather than as three separate entries inside of schedule. So basically, inside of schedule, we have multiple entries and per entry it would keep track of placement, time start, and time duration, and time end. And basically we don't need to duplicate then for label inside each of the deeper context branches because the label of gym already holds the label of the title, and because they're grouped in one object we already know that they're linked together. Okay, we got there. It should understand. It felt pretty clear. Yeah, and then what it would be able to do essentially across rows is look back and go, okay, did the user utter something in recent history about this same label? And if so, how should I handle that? Right. So it's like per utterance, we're segregating like schedule items, and within each segregation, we're keeping track of time data and then whatever else I come up with. And then across rows, like across utterances, like user inputs, it would be able to look back and query the most recent or whatever, some number of user inputs and figure out if the current utterance in any way relates to those. Something like that. I think all we care about is literally just label. That's literally the label. We don't need all of this other shenanigans. This always has an intent of placement, I think, right? Like maybe it's getting at something here. Hold on, let me see. Ah, I see. So what is the intent behind the user input? Like, is it an edit? Is it okay, that's actually a good idea. So what's the intent behind their action? That's a good idea. I like that. So placement, I don't think we need, right? This evidence and grounding is just essentially attached to the label, right? Like the same way we did it here, it should be the same thing. So it should just be label. Like it should just be placement is what it should be. Or it should be called, yeah, just labels. It should be called like action. That's what it should be called, action. Something like that. Or like activity. Yeah, probably activity is best. The rest of this looks fine. Okay. Yeah, this is much stronger. So the one change I want to make is that placement should not be a separate thing from the label. They all go together, right? So the idea is basically we have some sort of activity that the user wants to do. So first of all, we're going to switch this to being called, let's swap it so placement becomes activity. Okay, so this is the activity they're going to do. Then we're going to, within that entry, have three sub entries: label for the title of the activity, evidence, where that label came from, and then the grounding, right? So that's the one change I want to make. And then I think other than that, everything looks good. You had a really strong idea with intent, whether they want to place it into the schedule versus they want to do an adjustment, they want to remove it. That's a really strong idea. It will make it a lot easier for the LLM to query back on parsed entry given a new user input and figure out what the current input wants to do given past context, things like that. So that was a very strong idea. Okay, so activity, yeah, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Now the question is, do we care about so there's two types of grounding going on here, right? Like there's hmm. So so when it's talking about dynamics, right? Whether it's flexible or not, is that an inference in and of itself? Okay, so first I just want to say I noticed that you added minutes max. That's a really good idea for handling, flexible durations. We should also have a minutes min. If they said like, oh, I gotta go for like at least 30 minutes, but like I could go for longer kind of thing. So that is definitely a strong idea. I'm wondering how we're going to handle that sort of flexibility in the data structure within time start and end. How do we handle that? Basically, it's just we have a clock time, and then because it's flexible, we know that it can move from that clock time, and that's basically it. So we've kind of already accounted for it. Um, One thing, so for this clock inferred set as true, is this basically you saying that um, like 6 p.m. versus a.m. is what was inferred, or at like I'm not exactly sure what you're getting to via clock inferred. And then I had one other important thing here. Hold on. Oh yeah, so regarding the grounding idea, right, where we're basically tracking the parser certainty. So grounding and parser certainty. The one side of that is regarding, the label, the clock entry, the evidence. The other side of it is tracking, how certain is the LLM on capturing the dynamics and that type of stuff, right? So I'm just wondering right now if is it a bit unclear what the grounding is actually specifically referring to in its certainty versus uncertainty, right? So my initial idea wasn't that we would just have one key value pair. It's basically every single parse entry, right? So just the fact that it says clock 6, right? Like that should have a measure of LLM certainty. Then clock inferred true, that should have a measure of LLM certainty. The evidence should have its own measure of LLM certainty. So basically every single piece of parse that it puts in, it would have some measure of how certain it was about that specific thing that got parsed out, right? That might get really messy in the data, and it's just a lot to keep track of. What do you think first of just the necessity of having that type of data? Do you think it's worth keeping track of? What do you think? And then the second thing is, if we were going to, how would we handle that? Because now we run into the same issue of the key value problem, right? We essentially need a third and fourth um, data slot per entry, right? We need clock, so like the label of the thing, then we need the actual evidence for the thing, and then and then the grounding, and then the parser certainty after that. So just some ideas. Let me know what you think. I was supposed to say day 7. Push-ups are now 1250. Right. So basically, we need to add valid windows. So valid windows needs to be added. So valid windows of time. Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's good. Hmm. Right, the weakest imported part of the input. So okay, so it's basically saying skip it. Is that okay? Like, it should be fine. Like, yeah, it's probably too much to be like, are you unsure about six? Are you unsure about the, this within this? Like, it's already, the parse is already getting segregated so heavily that we don't need to do further certainty segregation within that already segregated thing, right? That probably doesn't. Okay, so this is making a lot of sense now. So for the first thing, I think we basically just need allowed windows for start and end time. Like your example where you said, like, oh, it could be between 5 and 7. Basically, we would just keep track of the fact that that's when the available windows are, and then in the case where it's flexible but there aren't any explicitly given available windows, then it can still basically just know that it doesn't know what the windows are, but that it is flexible. So we should be able to keep track of the available windows if the user presents them, and then if they don't, then we just assume that we just don't know them, but we know that it is flexible in that case. Um, and then the individual um, regarding collecting the parser confidence and um, and grounding on each individual part of the parse doesn't make sense because we're essentially already segregating the parse in a very meaningful way. So there's no real need to segregate further within each parse, right? Like it's already segregated. So the grounding is already mapped to the correct segregation, right? And then that gets maintained across segregations. And we probably don't need a higher level of segregation within each parse segregation. Yeah, so like basically like we've already split the data up so well that it should be able to understand that the certainty maps to this section of the parse, right? Like we already know that that's what it's talking about because we've grouped the data in that way. Trying to break down like, oh, how certain are you of the label in this section versus, it already knows that we're talking about this section. The certainty could pertain to any one of these things. And here, and we even have a record actually of all the raw text and all of the things. So if in the future it needed to look back and it concluded that, oh, I'm still uncertain about this, it has all the records that it could go back and look at and fill in those blanks. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So yeah, this makes sense. One thing to just be careful with for the windowed earliest and latest starts, just because we're capturing window data doesn't mean that we want to omit clock data. Like if they say something like, yeah, I'll probably go to the gym at 6, but like, or like, I don't know, like maybe I got to go to the gym between like 5 and 7, but like probably like 6, something like that, right? So if they do still give a clock time and there is also windowed data, like for earliest and latest, or just one of the two, it should still capture the clock time, right? I know in your example, you probably just we're using an example where there was no clock time and instead it was like just windowed entries. But I just wanted to clarify and make sure we're on the same page for that. And then yeah, we're definitely on the same page for the other thing we were talking about regarding um, parser competence and grounding. Yeah. Okay. Good. So that's like the base of this, right? So let me go look back at the Supabase data. So certainty data, so supplementary data now lives in here basically, right? Yeah, supplementary data lives in here now. So The titles are a bit unclear. It should be called like source. So grounding should be called source type, right? I don't know, does it really matter? As long as the LLM knows what these words refer to, right? Actually, what matters. Grounding makes more sense actually because the source is technically always the LLM, I guess. Okay, so this is the next major one. So classification data. Okay, so the next thing that needs to be a part of this is instead of just the label, like Jim, there also needs to be classification data, meaning that activities map to an ontology of activities. Basically, there's a set list that I defined of all of the types of activities that can happen. Um, before before we go down that route, though, I know we kind of started to move away from the idea of rigidly mapping the data to predetermined ontologies. Like, for example, in the emotional state, we didn't map out every single emotion in the data structure. Rather, we're letting the LLM figure out what that label should be. Um, so what I'm thinking now is, do we even need this classification data at all? Does the label kind of already serve that purpose? Is it overlapping? Is it redundant? Like, do we need to know that gym maps to exercise? Does that really matter? So let me know what you think about that. So this might not matter actually. So let me go look in here at classification data. Yeah. Yeah, so this would be like a downstream mapping, like for maybe analytics, like if you're trying to track how much time a user spends exercising or whatever, you can map like their gym, their workout, all these things to exercise and then get a profile of exercise. But I think at this level it doesn't matter. Yeah, you exactly nailed it. I think at this level it does not matter. Where it could matter later is for downstream like character profiling or doing analytics. Like if you wanted to map their gym and all their walks and their yoga routine and all that to some overarching exercise category in order to do some sort of reporting on how much time they spend exercising versus working or whatever. It could matter in that sense. But I think just on the raw input capture layer, it does not need to be here. The UI color by type is an idea. It does matter. You know what? We should just add it. I think we're just gonna go and head those in, so can't speak. I think we are gonna go ahead and add all of those categories in. Do you have access to that full list of ontologies that I defined? Just so I don't have to restate them all to you. Just so you know, the reason I want to add them in is because, yes, there are downstream processes that it doesn't matter until later. Like, for example, analytics, like you could aggregate all of the exercising they did across different types of exercise and build some sort of, exercise profile in comparison to how much time they spend working, blah, 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 whatever. But I think because the UI is going to map to these categories in terms of the coloring, because the schedule is going to get drawn. Actually, mm, so I can always recover this later, right? Like I can always recover this later. Like on the raw input level, it actually doesn't. It doesn't matter. You're right. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. Anything that would need to use the category specific thing is more of a downstream process and doesn't concern the first input capture layer. For example, like analytics and reporting, like in a later process, we could aggregate, all of the different types of um, exercises that they did over a certain period of time and compare that to how much work they did of different types over a certain period of time to build some sort of like character profile for some sort of report. Same idea with the UI, like when the data gets transferred to the later like schedule drawing table that we'll work on, at that point in time, could the exercise gym get mapped? Or, if it's a Muay Thai or whatever it is, we could do that mapping later. I think at this layer, we just want to actually capture only the raw input, whatever the user actually says. And then what we do with it later is, specific to the functionality of that feature. So I think you're right. We probably leave it out at this point, and it's something that we'll add in later as the functionality becomes relevant. Yeah, that makes sense. So what else do we have here? So we decided to forego classification data. And let me see. I gotta scroll up here. The raw text, the parse. So here, classification data, item type, and the label. So item type is the thing that we just forgoed, and then oh no, it's not. This was something different. So the label is what. So I think this whole template business is of later concern. That doesn't live in this table. Like, that lives somewhere else, right? And the idea, I think, is basically when a user input is received, if it appears to be template-like, transfer that data to the template table, right? And then because it's now in that template table, you know it's a template activity, and if it's not, and it's in the schedule, then it's not a non-template activity, right? Mm. So I'm just thinking back to states of being right now, and um, a goal might be an important thing to add to states of mind, right? Like if the user has a goal. So I'm just going through my old data structure right now and trying to figure out and pick out pieces of what should go where so we can, figure out what actually needs to live inside of the schedule part. And in doing so, I found something here regarding the item type for user input. And this has nothing to do with scheduling. It has to do with goals. And what I notice is that in states of being, specifically states of mind, we might want to include under the intellectual branch or maybe its own branch something for goals, because a goal is not an action, but it is a state of being, right? Like it's something you're working towards. It's almost analogous to drive, but it's its own thing, right? Drive is something that pushes you towards a goal, but a goal is an idea of an action rather than the action itself. So I think it's important that we actually add goals into the state of mind branch, and then whether or not that goes under intellectual is a different conversation, but probably not, because I think intellectual is more about reasoning. So actually, it has nothing to do with intellectual. We need to add goals as its own branch under state of mind, with all the same rules applied to whatever we have for all the other branches. Meaning, it needs to be able to support a label for the goal, the evidence, and then the parser grounding and certainty. Yeah, so that's a good catch. Let me. So that's definitely good. Good change. That was a gap for sure. And then, yeah, all of these, so template, non-template, can live elsewhere. Basically, the way that will get recorded is in the schedule. Like if it's in your schedule and it's mapped to a template, it's a template activity. And if it's in your schedule and it's not mapped to a template, it's a non-template activity. So that's not actually data you need to record explicitly, it's just inferred from what's happening. And then fixed, I'm not sure what I was getting at here. fixed. I don't know what that was. Yeah, this is a strong upgrade. So what was this fixed here? Mm, fixed. Like, I think that's regarding like if the time can't move. I think that's what that was, and I just don't think I handled it in a good way. So let's move on. We go back to Supabase here. So we were looking at classification data. Labels we've already handled. Supplementary data, I believe we already handled, right? Was there anything else in here to care about? Um, priority, I mean, source type we did. Location is definitely something. Um, so for action schedules, location is definitely one we want to add. So I'm still going through my older data here and I'm looking, and location is one that I've found that definitely needs to be added inside of the states of action schedule branch. Specifically, a location should get tied to an activity if there is a location present. Let's make sure we maintain the same location rules with the future vision of the app, that location will always be a coordinate based thing, meaning that when you tap the location, it will be interface and API with like Google Maps or whatever. So this is not like the user said, I'm going to go to 5500 XYZ Street. It's like an actual geolocation. Um, so the user input essentially would only get mapped to the location via like word of mouth. Once the system knows that I'm gonna go to the gym means go to the gym at this location because I have geolocation data that can map that. Um, so regardless, yeah, we need the ability to store location in schedule section of the state of action sub branch. Yeah, so location. Let me think about priority, right? So how can we think we can just, yeah, I think priority is good to have too, right? Like just in case the user says like this is the most important thing I got to do today, right? Like any indication of high or low priority is important to capture. And then the assumption is if it's in your schedule, it's of some sort of priority, right? Or else you wouldn't have said it. Location belongs on the group schedule entry. Yeah. Yeah, so in the capture, exactly, yeah, yeah. You store it as text like this, and then later when this mapping happens to the actual schedule output, that's when geolocation would get inferred. Yeah, that's perfect. So at the input capture layer, obviously we store the mapping to location as text, and then when we do that transfer contract to actually drawing the UI, that's where it will, determine does this text mean anything in terms of geolocation. And then if not, basically at some sort of later process, the user could go in and actually add geolocations whenever we want, or we could just, ask to track their location and then infer what the locations are for these activities based on where they are uh, when they happen. And then we can start auto populating for them, just a later idea. Yeah, okay, so the next thing is priority here. We definitely want to add that in. Okay, so the next field to add, similar to the way we just added the location field, is going to be priority. Meaning if the user says anything along the lines of, like, this is the most important thing I have to get done today, or, like, I mean, like, I want to do this, but, like, it's not really a big deal if I don't have time for it. So basically just a way to keep track of priority. I don't think we have this anywhere. Um, yeah, just let me know. But I don't think we have that tracked anywhere as of now. And then I'm just thinking, is this something that should be mapped specifically within states of action schedules as it links to a specific activity, or is this something that's more states of being? What do you think? Probably it's more states of action because priorities map more to activities rather than like states of being. Yeah, this doesn't go in states of being. If you wanted to do some sort of priority profiling over a state of being, you would just query all of their state of being data and then essentially build a priority profile as those states of being align with their actions, something like that. Yeah, I knew it was already in the older design, like in supplementary data. Basically, what I'm doing is going through all of my old architecture and basically figuring out how or if or where it should remap to this new structure that we're designing. And basically, the question was, where should we put this type of supplementary data for priority? Because I do think priority is an important thing to capture. And then what I was wrestling with is, should we put it um, inside of state of action schedule branch? As it maps to a specific activity. And let me just read what you wrote here and see if you agreed with me. Yeah, exactly. It's just an optional facet, just like everything else within this branch. Um, and yeah, that's literally it. It's just an optional branch. And just remember, everything here is optional. Like anything that gets missed, it's not like you write null for it. It just doesn't get written, right? So I think that should be accounted for and noted already in the design plan. But the way we handle null is we just don't write the data. We want to keep it clean and we're only writing down things that actually got parsed. Let's keep going. Yeah. Yep. So one thing to be cognizant of is that we don't actually now in this new model require activity or intent to even be present. Literally every field is potentially nullable. As long as we pick up one piece of information, that's fine, and we do want to save it because remember the idea is that we're going to have interlinkage across rows where the system can map like let's say a field with just a start and end time to a later user input that's specifically talking about the label for that start and end time, and then it's via an interlinkage across those parses that the system knows that those are connected separate user inputs. So just keep note of it in this plan that we actually don't require necessarily fields that we used to require as being full to be full in this scenario because the whole idea of intralinkage and interlinkage kind of changes that entire game. Just keep in mind that all of the old logic we use to make the app functionality for scheduling work is probably going to be quite different in this iteration. Um, don't completely forget about what we've done previously because some things might still be useful, but don't necessarily restrict yourself to using old ideas because they might not map very well to our new design. Just think about what I said a little bit and let me know if you're on the same page and see if that makes sense. Make sure this is a part of the plan if it does make sense. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's go back to Supabase and see what else we have. Pre-parse data. Let's see what that was all about. So this time present is not needed. That's Inferred, obviously. Um, we did all this, we did all this. So a note I'm gonna make is that we're gonna handle template matching later. Match certainty and user certainty is already handled. Parse certainty we already handled. Template match data we're doing later. So that's the end of parse. Now we should be in pre-parse here. Hold on. This was called pre-parse. So I actually just looked at pre-parse. So we've already done that. And then parse. Believe we might be through all of parse. Hold on. Believe we are. Yeah, parse. So here's the full tree. Okay, this is nice. I can look at this. So this is covered. Classification. We did that. Supplementary, we did that. So what was classification again? It was like, let me just scroll up and see. But I know I handle it. I just don't remember exactly what it was. It was the item type. Yeah. So this is where we accounted for goals being a part of states of being, and then fixed, we said this is handled by window and things, and then we're gonna do template mapping later, so that's all good. Then we have supplementary, we did this. So source type is now essentially every parse gets the source type now, which is much stronger. Then we have the time data, so start and duration. Time notes. No, we don't need that anymore because we essentially have evidence next to every label, right? So let me see what it's put in my plan here. I'm not sure if it would have put it at the top or bottom. But goals is here, so it has been writing to this. So where did all of the state of action get written? So parse context now is where we get into probably would have been all of the new states of being, right? So let's see. Yeah, so this is nothing. This is being accounted for later. The whole mood ontology, energized, all of that. So performance versus emotional states, that's all in states of being now. It's amazing how like I came up with this idea the previous iteration before, right? And in my mind it was like already such a strong idea. Now now that I have this better version of the same idea basically, like I look back at that idea and I'm like that was not designed that well, right? Like the key ideas are there and like it is designed well, but it's not that good. At least there was a ton of room for improvement, as I know now because of where we are now. And I think the lesson from that is when you think you're really sure about something, you might not actually be that sure. Or rather, you might be really sure, but that doesn't mean that you're right. And that doesn't mean, don't act on your certainty on your ideas because you should. If anything, what it means is iterate as fast as possible and discover whether or not you were actually right. And then through iteration, you end up with something better every time until you get to a point where it works as intended and you don't need to keep iterating anymore. So this is one thing here with the dynamics where I was keeping track of whether an activity was supposed to be chaotic or whatever, right? I think that would just be mapped to, but it's not quite the same as emotional states. Okay, so I'm going through my older data structure now, and I'm at the dynamic section of parse context where we were keeping track of tranquil, calm, neutral, busy, chaotic, essentially mapping the dynamic of an activity rather than the dynamic of a person's state of being, right? Like an activity can be very chaotic, but I can still feel very calm, right? So this is something that we do need to add, analogous to how we added location, all these other things. So there should be a dynamic mapped to each label for the schedule branch, meaning that if I say gym, the gym is going to be really busy. It would, store gym as the label, and then busy would go under this dynamic branch. Um, yeah, we should add that in the same way that we just added in location. Yeah, so that needs to be in there, right? Because the system can learn, right? Okay, it's the person is feeling anxious today, for example, and then they say, I want to go do this activity, right? But they know that when they've done that activity before, it's a very chaotic environment. So the coach might suggest to them, not the best activity to go do today, or maybe it is the perfect activity to go do today because of whatever their state of being is, right? That's kind of the idea. So it's a way to essentially, navigate internal states versus external states. Yeah, that's perfect. Just a little bit more context here to kind of let you into where my brain is at regarding these things. So basically, the dynamics of an activity is essentially measuring the external state of the world, right? Whether it's chaotic or calm or whatever it may be. And then the user might be reporting, say, some sort of state of being, right? They might be telling the system, I'm anxious today. So the life coach would be able to know that if they schedule, let's say, an activity that's really chaotic as per, past data or an input or whatever, that the life coach might be able to recommend to them like, hey, this either is or isn't type of activity you should be doing today based on your state of being. So I just wanted to provide that type of context so you know the way that these types of things are going to map together later and the way the coaching layer might work. So that's good. Yeah, so I think we're pretty much good here on schedule, brick by brick, day by day, brick by brick. We're getting somewhere. You got it, little robot. Okay, so I've pretty much gone through my entire data structure that we previously designed. Or actually, I don't know if I have. I gotta go look on Superbase. Hold on, there might be more because that Miro is not totally up to date. So we did parse context. So constraints was one that we haven't handled yet. So constraints now has to go in here. Okay, so the next one that we need to add in the same way that we just did location as well as dynamic is constraints, right? So like if the user says, I don't know, whatever it is they say, right? Um, I know in some sense we might have already handled this in certain ways. Like for example, the windowed time is essentially already mapping in a constraint. I'm trying to think if there's any other sort of constraints that we would care about that the user might say. There probably are. I just can't exactly think of them right now because, to be honest, I haven't even really given it much thought. I just know that we do need to consider um, another section inside of that label grouping that accounts for any constraints related to the parse. So it's basically that, and then the next major thing to think about is, I mean, we'll probably do metadata, and then after that, it's interlinking probably, right, across rows. That which is where it really starts to get more challenging to think about. But I think because we have this more solid foundation now, it should go pretty smooth. Like when I first designed this, like I basically treated it like every time a condition comes up, I'll just create a rule, right? But the problem is there's like infinitely many conditions, and so that doesn't work, right? Because you need infinitely many rules for infinitely many conditions. Where instead what you need is a system that bends to any one of those infinitely many conditions in a catch-all kind of way. And basically the way I got to that answer was you need some sort of structure that fits the data that matters, but not so rigid that you would need to create so many sub rules and subsections for all the different types of things that can go on or could go wrong. Rather, you basically let the LLM reason within that space of possibility and figure out how to map to the more overarching structure. And then the other issue was, how do you communicate within the data across user inputs, right? Like, in my initial idea was, okay, you need some sort of channel status, right? Like, the user says something and the channel is open now. And then the next thing would either link to that channel and maintain its open status or close it, right? But the problem is people don't necessarily speak in that order, where the first thing they say relates to the second thing, and then the third thing. They could say thing one, and then thing four, and then seven, and then go back to one, and it's all over the place, and it's really hard. And because of that, unpredictability of non-linearity progression between user inputs and the way they relate to each other, it doesn't work to have a continual true false open channel status. It just doesn't work. So basically, I decided that the system needs to be able to query, regardless of order, any sort of recent user inputs and reason across those and figure out if the current input maps to those, right? That's kind of the idea, which is in line with what I said previously regarding you need to give structure, but not too much structure, right? Like, here's the structure of all the user inputs, go think about them, right? Rather than, here's a user input and here's the next one. Here's the rule for how you have to handle both of those every time and see if they relate to each other, and that's it. And if they don't, well, too bad, that's the rule. And then, oh, well, what if they don't? Okay, now I need a new rule. Go check the one before that. Oh, but then that one's, then go check the one before that. And there's infinitely many rules that you would have to come up with, right? So that was the major switch in design philosophy that I think will make this work. So constraints, what type of constraints has it done? Okay. So the constraints seem to be, so time constraints, sure. I mean, that's kind of redundant with windowed, but that's fine. Buffer. Not sure what that means. So this is where this gets a little tricky. I need to think about this. Because what we don't want to do is start being redundant in the data and doing things that state of being are already doing. But at the same time, I recognize someone's state of being may or may not be a constraint. So there is definitely something different going on there. They're orthogonal in some sense. Basically, the key to this app is, if I had to put it in one sentence, figuring out all of the orthogonalities that define the span of human existence. I think that's probably the most simple way I can explain what it is I'm trying to define in data structure right now. An orthogonal set of human characteristics, whatever you want to call it, human traits, human whatever. How would I put that? Yeah, an orthogonal set of humanity across states of being and states of action that span the entire whatever humanity set, human set, whatever you want to call it. something like that. Yeah, so it recognizes that it could have some overlap here with other things which we don't want. So basically, I think we treat this kind of like a catch-all for any constraint that doesn't already get mapped somewhere else, right? I think that's basically the idea. Yeah, so I think we kind of handle this in a similar way to how we did State of Soul, in that we can't really define every possible branch of constraints. And also, we do need to be careful that we're not storing, redundant data with what we've already captured in terms of those constraints. Like, for example, like time constraints could possibly be inferred by start and end times, but again, there is also a difference where somebody says like, "Oh, I can't do anything before 10 a.m." type of thing. So that is a different type of time constraint that we haven't accounted for. So basically, I think what we need to do for this constraints thing is use it as like a catch-all type of thing where the label isn't bound by specific subcategories we define. Rather, we let the LLM reason as to whether or not a constraint has been addressed, and then let it pick a label for it, basically. And then, keep track of where that evidence came from in the same way, make notes about it, the parser certainty, all of that good stuff. But the idea here is, I think it's really hard to map an entire ontology of constraints. Rather, we should just basically let the LLM reason about it, given that it's not doing anything redundant with what we've already defined. Yeah, this is very important. Like lesson that I learned in the last 2, 3 days, uh, which has come up. This is probably the second or third time now that it's come up with how you handle certain types of things, right? Like there's just too many constraints that you could try to think of. So trying to really segregate that data is not an effective thing to do. And even more than that, that segregation is not very meaningful. Like it's useful, it is meaningful, but what I mean is more so like how like what matters is that the constraint is recognized, not how that constraint is labeled. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter if it knows to put a time constraint in the time bucket, or like the social constraint in the social bucket. Like it just needs to know that on this day, or for in this context, this is a constraint that applies to it, and that's basically it. Let's keep going. That's what Karu would say. Let's send a game of chess right now. Let's see this. Uh, that was not even good. Really? Um, hmm. Um, kind of like the idea of this. Trade is fine. So that means I have to play like this. That's strong. Does that do anything? Just move, right? So I can hit his pawn here, attack the queen. can defend, but then I think this is fine. This is good if I can do this. Oh, that was a bad move. But I can check. Oh, now it was a very good move actually. Wait, was it? No, it wasn't actually. Uh, that's there. Is his queen trapped? No, he has one square. This is good. This pawn is hanging, but I don't care. I should be on this square. Get those tokens. That's right. Oh, that was a very bad move. I got distracted. Can I have some chances? If he takes, that's like good. If he doesn't and he goes, okay, so he saved the game for me. Thank you. So now we're in a very good spot. I want to play. I need to get rid of this pawn. And one of these has to go away. Okay, now I can do it. So the idea is I need this square. Or this square. So this is a problem. I think this is the easier one to get rid of. I think we play like this. Right, forks. Should be fun. I want to do this. Then I want to be here. So that's fine. Okay, his position's about to get ripped open now. He has lost, I'm pretty sure. So This is hanging, actually. I can just block, and then I think it fixes it, right? So there's a sneaky little mate here, I think. I can feel it intuitively, so if the queen comes to this square, and I can get here, I win. So, kind of go for it. Because can he get back in time? Hell, right. Let's try. So he takes, takes. I go here. I move the king. Like this. Now this is mate in one if he doesn't move properly. So he wants to mate me first. And we can stop that by... Can we? He just wants to play this. Have to play this. And then I made one really bad move earlier that ruined the entire game. As soon as I let go, I was like, oh. Just this, right? So I can maybe ice skater him. Okay, wait. I might actually be able to win. Hold on. This is mate with rook. Hold on. Am I mated? I'll go for it. I only have 4 seconds. I can't. Oh my. I think I could have won actually. I think if I played a little quicker, I could have won. But I could have. I should have just taken his rook. Can I just take his rook? Oh, it's literally mate. Yeah, I would have won. I just had no time. Yeah, because this bishop, it's blocked now here, so this is a big blunder. Like, can I see the game review? I made one mistake, yeah, and I can see here. Like, I literally made one mistake in the entire game. I don't know which one it was. It's... Does it show the evaluation? Here, you'll see. It's when I move the queen here, this. This is where I'm losing. And then... Yeah, it's this move here. This move. This is where I took the first L. But then he Like, look here, when he goes, like, this is a huge blunder here. This. He loses, literally, because it's, I take, and then, hey, there's no checks, like, it's like this or whatever. Sorry, obviously I wouldn't do this. Yeah. Gotta go back. So, he can't deliver any checks, basically. This, he loses, he can't deliver any checks, so he does whatever he does, right? What's his best move here? Can he even do anything? I don't know. Anyways, long story short is he does something, and this wins the game. Or this wins the game. So I just ran out of time. How do I see my accuracy? Because I feel like I played well, except that one bad move. It's not going to show me. Well, that was fun. That was my little break. I don't play chess ever, so I'm not quick. That's why. I know how to think about it, but I'm not quick. I haven't been exposed to it enough. Yeah, okay, so we have constraints now. And the next thing we need to figure out is metadata, right? So this still needs to exist, right? None of this matters right now. Actually, maybe it does. Like basically, maybe metadata. Metadata is more like this, like the processing data, like the parse status. Okay, so I think I've made it through most of the old architecture and mapping that to the new model. And I'm just trying to think through if there's anything else we need to consider for the schedule section of the actual user input parsing, just for this input capture table. Obviously, there's going to be more later downstream stuff that we haven't accounted for that is in the old architecture. But for this first input capture layer, I'm trying to think, is there anything else specific, to the schedule that we care about? The next column that I'm thinking about, if we're good to move on to the next one, would be metadata. And then I think the important things that we want to keep here are things like, where did the capture method come from? Was it voice to text? What LLM actually did the parsing, processing time, that type of thing. And then the next thing is within this metadata column, should we handle downstream target mapping data records, meaning like where this input is being sent to, right? So like if it's a schedule transfer, for example, meaning the input is going to have some of the parse get sent to like the downstream schedule output table, for example, should that be kept track of in metadata? That's how we handled it in the old infrastructure. I'm just wondering if we should do it the same way here, or if that should be maybe its own column. I don't know if that would actually count as metadata. Yeah, just let me know what you think about all that. Yeah, I think it's right. I think we are good to move on. We'll start my day at 6. So that would work already. That would essentially. So I'm thinking about the input, start my day at 6, and one way we could handle that is that would basically get mapped to a schedule branch where the activity label is start my day at 6, and then basically the start time for that is 6, right? Or like start my day would be the activity, right? And then 6 would be the anchor time, the start time or whatever. And then that would be essentially the input capture, right? And then what the system would do is it would go look into the templates table, right? The daily templates table or the activity templates and figure out, okay, is there a day that this guy is talking about that could be mapped as per, start at 6? Does that make sense? Right? So that's just one way we could handle that type of input. Do you think we need a different type of thing to account for this, like some other, catch-all input type of classification where it's not like a specific action for the schedule, but it's just some sort of like, uh, thing like start my day at 6 or confirm today's plan. Like, how would you go about handling these things? And then you're right, yeah. Everything else is basically transfer of information, right? Like mapping to the schedule outputs and then having memory links across rows or doing some sort of doc sweep. It's not new parse facts. So you're right. I think the last possible gap here is when the user says something that does actually map to an action, but not necessarily explicitly, like the start my day at 6 type of thing, right? Like in order to handle that type of input, the user would basically have to have already had a day template, and then the system would need to know that start that day template with that anchor time type of situation. Um, yeah, how do you think we should handle this type of thing where the user gives inputs that aren't necessarily specific activities, rather like more overarching themes or, that type of thing, like confirm today's plan or like, some sort of like whatever it is, like verbal affirmation of button function. Actually, don't forget that verbal affirmation of button function thing. We're going to deal with this later. Once we wire in how the actual UI works and everything via buttons, essentially what we'll do is we'll go back in and we'll rework this input table a little bit in order to map voice to those buttons as a part of the input capture, or something like that. Um, just to keep a record of doesn't need that last part. Let's just get that. I don't want to say too much at once. Basically, what I was getting at is like the user should be able to navigate the app entirely by voice if they want to. Like if they want to confirm something, they should just be able to say, yeah, confirm that, right? Rather than like tap to confirm. So eventually buttons need to get mapped to voice input, but that probably isn't a save in the input parse capture. Rather, it's like a record of a button press, and then that verbal translation just gets mapped to the button press. Something like that. I don't think it would actually be an input capture concern, at least on like the persistent data side of things. Exactly. It's just how do we capture that context? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. That's good. As an intent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Okay, so this is something that will, this is right, but it's not just gonna work like this. Like, but this is the idea. Like, it should be basically be able to capture the intent is not an action, rather it's like some sort of other thing, right? And then it's basically defining like functions, I think here, like operation fifth day. So I see. So what it's doing, that this is actually very smart. So in the case where the intent is something, okay, I see what you've done. I think this is pretty smart. So in the case where the intent is something, for example, day setup, or maybe a confirmation of a schedule block or whatever, what you're doing is you're mapping that intent label essentially, so day setup, to its own data grouping entry, and then you're essentially defining what that means within that block, right? So the intent is day setup. Then there's another block for day setup, specifically mapping to that intent, defining what the operation is. So shift day anchor, right? And then further downstream systems could look at this intent and then map that intent title to the intent block and then uncover all of the information regarding that intent mapping. I think that's a pretty elegant way to do this. Um, and then for now, I think we should just add like some sort of catch-all functionality where when the intent doesn't map to what we previously already defined, the LLM can just reason about, okay, what was the user trying to say here? Like, for example, if they say, yeah, confirm that block, the LLM would be able to essentially recognize their intent is to confirm, right? Then it would spawn a block within the data structure saying confirm block or whatever. And then it would give the operational evidence for that, all that good stuff. I think if we try to rigidly define more within this intent category, it's going to be the same type of problem with soul of state because there's so many different intents the user could have when giving an input, right? Like who knows what they're going to try to do. And then basically it's the LLM's job to reason within whatever that target intent is and then see if it can handle that intent or how to handle that intent within the app functionality with further downstream processes. So the idea is basically whatever the intent is, outside of the ones we've already defined, which are the ones we would expect, um, leave like some sort of catch-all option where the LLM can basically figure out what that other type of intent might have been, right? I'm not saying that day setup might not be one of the ones that we do want to rigidly define because that is maybe an operation we would expect. But that's just kind of the idea I'm thinking. There's definitely some intents we would expect where we would want the LLM to map the parsing to that, but then also at the same time we don't want to try to think of every possible intent that the user might have, and then basically in those scenarios we should give the LLM the ability to figure out what that intent is and then reason on top of that intent and see if it fits within app functionality. Okay, see what it did. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. Instead of saying shift day anchor, let's just say shift anchor because that's probably a very common theme where people will say, "Hey, just move my gym like to 4 or whatever, like if it was at 5." So it's not just day anchor, it's just shifting anchors in general, right? And then remember the way templates work for both activities and daily templates is they both just have one anchor per activity template or per daily template. So shifting anchor it would apply the same across either, and then the system would basically just need to know, okay, are they referring to shift and anchor for, a daily template or an activity template? And given the parse context, obviously the LLM would be able to reason about that. Like if they said move gym to 4, that would mean update the anchor of the activity template for gym to 4 if it was an activity template. And if they said something like make my day start at 7 instead of 6, then that would be the same type of thing, but for a daily template instead of an activity template. Should be able to reason about that. I gotta do push ups, super push ups. 50 more. 1500. To reset anchor. Okay, it's starting to make sense. Okay, so give me the full bucket list of intents that we have right now, including the catch-all one. So fixed is not one. Okay, so fixed should not be in here. This is already kept track of in the time data regarding dynamics, meaning it's not flexible. So fixed does not belong in here. Placement does, adjustment does, removal does, day setup. Uh, it shouldn't be day setup though, should it? Shouldn't, didn't we just say that it should be, we said shift anchor, right? I mean, we could have day setup as one of them, but shouldn't shift anchor be another one? Or did you, for some reason, decide that that should live elsewhere? And then yeah, other. I don't want to add too many here to the list. For sure, placement makes sense. Get rid of fixed. Adjustment makes sense. Removal makes sense. I think day setup probably makes sense. People will probably say quite often like do my regular day starting at 6 or whatever, you know. And then I think a very another common one is the anchor shift one, meaning that the user's intent is to just switch when something starts, right? Rather than saying, oh, set up my entire day. Those are two different things. And then other should be good. I think we can leave it at those for now. Just let me know why you didn't include the anchor shift in here. But yeah, so for all of these fields, it's the same thing. We have the label, we have the evidence, and we have the grounding always. Like any parse entry always has the evidence and the grounding as well as the parser certainty, obviously, when it was something that was inferred. So what are you getting at here when you have this paired facet thing? Is that when you're mapping the title of the intent when it doesn't fit one of the like already defined ones to its own block within the parse entry in order to capture like what it means operationally or whatever. So here it actually did say shift anchor not on here. So this would still be like an intent of the user input, so it should still be here. And then the idea is like as more things develop, like we would add to the intent like bug report, right? And then that tells the LLM how to maybe route the UI to the bug report page, right? Something like that. Yeah, so the idea with this intent bucket and just user input capture in general is the user can talk anywhere on any page in the app, and no matter what they say, after the parse, the input gets captured, and the data, whatever data we decide to store for that, gets stored in this input capture table. Downstream processes can operate correctly within the app. So, for example, in the future, when we add, let's say, a bug report page, right, or feature, and the user taps to talk, say, on the home screen and starts talking about I want to report a bug, blah blah blah, whatever. The system would identify that the intent of the input is to report a bug, right? Just the same way right now we have like a shift anchor intent, which would map to schedules. There would be an intent for that essentially, right? So that's the idea. And then basically the system would be able to route the user's UI according to their intent. It would be able to do all the necessary downstream processes that it would be able to do. One thought that just popped in my mind right now is that I think we have mapped the intent potentially incorrectly to the subtrees of states of action, meaning that we have the intent nested under schedule, which I don't know if that's the best way to do it. It might be fine. So, for example, like if the intent is schedule related, then that intent would get written under the intent section of the schedule subbranch. And then if there was another intent, say again related to bug reporting, that intent would get mapped into the bug report section there, the bug report branch under states of action, right? So either we need to have like an outer intent layer, which then writes the data inside each of the necessary sub branches that those would get mapped to. But then the issue is the intent is not clearly mapped to what state of action it's linked with. Because again, imagine the scenario where there were like multiple states of action in one user input, and there was only one or even two intents captured. If it was on an outer branch, it wouldn't know which intent maps to which action. So actually, after just rambling on a bit here and thinking about it, it probably makes sense to keep the intent internal to each specific type of branch within state of action. So what we have right now is essentially specific to the scheduling intent. Um, and then when we do develop other features, we'll have intent, that gets mapped to those when the system recognizes that the user is talking about, say, like a template, for example. And then the way it would figure that out is I can't remember exactly because we've done so much, but there basically needs to be a target map entry somewhere. I don't know if it's another column or if we already did it. I honestly can't remember. But basically, before this data gets written to this place, the system needs to know that the data should be getting written to this place. So, like for example, if there was a target map to schedule, then it would know the intent is mapping to schedule for this part of the thing. And then if there was another target map to this bug report thing, then it would know to write that in that corresponding section. Hopefully that's clear. I know I just said a bunch of stuff. Let's see how it handles this. So right now, like intent is inside of schedule, right? So the intent is specific to schedule. So what I was getting at is that either we need to make it so the intent is segregated separately, different types of intent across different features, or some sort of outer bucket that somehow maps that intent to the inner nestings. Um, let's see what it says. Yeah, that's what I thought. Branch. Yep, yeah, okay, it's got it. So basically, the idea is it's going to read the parse and understand which state of action the intent should map to, and it has rules as to what intents can exist under each of those states of action. Mm, mm. Nothing like a mouthful of coffee grounds. You gotta love it. So I'm wiped, moved into 7 and export. Fucking crashes. Okay, so yeah, I see. The bug report example is not a great one because it should basically know that the intent is always to report a bug, but okay, yeah, you've pretty much exactly got the idea. Just one thing to be careful about. This intent analogy doesn't actually really work for bug reporting because the intent of reporting a bug is always to report a bug. So if the parser picks up that's what they're doing, there would never be an intent other than to report a bug. So I don't know if that's really necessary for bug reporting, but for example, for templates, it would be because you can imagine maybe they want to initiate making a new template, maybe they want to change, like do some sort of edit to it, or whatever. There could be different intents within operating a template. The same way there could be different intents within operating a schedule, or just talking about their goals or whatever else it may be. So what are my buckets for? Yeah, okay, so give me a full bucket list of my intent for scheduling. Okay. placement, adjustment, removal. Those are the obvious ones. Day setup, shift anchor, other. Okay, that's fine for now. Paired facets. Yeah, yeah, good. Can you give me an example with all these different possible entries in the actual data structure, like for each possible intent scenario? Because I think we might actually need that paired facet for every case, right? I mean, why would we not, right? Otherwise, how would it be able to map um, like parse certainty or any of the other entries to each of the intent buckets? Okay, in that case, can't we just consolidate all of this into one intent block? Meaning like it would be intent, and then within that it would be, like the label for the type of intent, like placement, and then the evidence for it, and then the grounding. We don't need like intent, placement, and then another placement walk after that to further break down the intent. It should just be like all of the other entries. Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't have been treated different than any other entry. Like basically the way it works is any sub branch within the overarching branches within either states of being or action should all get label, evidence, grounding, parser competence as a bare minimum. And then whatever extra information that we've already deemed necessary to the inner nesting of those branches would also be included specific to those ones. But essentially, these four are the bare minimum for any entry that we're capturing from an input parse. Okay, so I need to figure out exactly where I am right now. I think we're pretty much ready to move on to templates, I think. It's probably something like wrap up. So wrap up schedule, where next, ask it, and then do those, which should basically be templates, and then contracts for app function and associated tables, basically. I see. Okay, so I want to make sure that we're in a good spot here for the schedule branch. I think everything is pretty good. The same way in the Life OS North Star plan file, we have like a full description of all of, the columns in the state of being section. We basically need to have the exact same thing for state of actions and whatever the sub branches for schedule are that we have just defined. Like basically the plan needs to know everything that's going on about everything. So when we go and build this thing, it actually works correctly. So I just want to make sure that the plan has all the relevant information that we need. Any context in this chat that we basically agreed on that we should implement, how things should work, all that stuff. I basically just want to do a final check and make sure that the plan is in a good place regarding the new context surrounding states of action for schedule specifically, any other context surrounding that, any changes that we might have made to states of being, any other changes we might have made. I just want to make sure that the plan is in a good spot. I want you to give me a quick review of everything we've done, where we are, and where we should head next. Any other changes I should make within schedules, all of that good stuff. Okay, it's just about time for me to go outside for a second. So it was updating a different file. That makes sense. But I want it all in one place. Right, memory links. So we need potentially intra memory links. Potentially we do need them. So it should be first metadata. So consolidate into one doc. Metadata. So we need intra-memory links still in schedule. Then we would do a final pass of schedule. What else do you think is missing? So intralinks is definitely a yes. So time only should be allowed. Yeah, basically the idea is anytime the user says anything at all that is relevant and could be used, you don't want to lose that data. And then the LLM will reason across user inputs as to whether or not they map. I'm not sure what it means. Okay, so we need to consolidate it in one doc. We need metadata for sure. For that though, we should. So right now we have intramemory links. Time only is allowed, right? So that's fine. And then drop here, I don't know what that means. And then we would do a final pass after that. There's something I read above here that think we might have done metadata already. And then, so consolidate into one doc. So intra-memory links, time only. It's allowed. Not sure what it meant by that. Drop tier row. Consolidate, and then yeah, intra, so inter memory links, basically across rows. This is maybe more downstream. Then yeah, transfer contracts. Tables. No, before that, it would be no, before any of this, it would be consolidated in one doc. View the template data. The template section. The sub branch. States of action. And then we can probably start thinking about the inter-memory links across rows. Then once that makes sense, we can do the transfer contracts, because doing transfer contracts doesn't make sense until you can do inter-memory linking. And then once we have that, then we would do, I think that's basically all we care about for now. The gap, so yeah, so let's sweep stale examples in both. So interlinks, just to fresh from my memory, is basically connecting sub branches was the idea, right? So is that needed, right? Like if we go look at states of being, it was because let me find it. So where is it? I need the branching stuff. like the from and to branching example here. So for example, the state of soul is being linked to the state of mind. Basically, what it's saying is that it made a claim about this, but it's related in its reasoning over here, right? So from state of soul to, so it's saying map from here to intelligence. So this claim is supported by this reasoning, is the idea. And then the question is, do we need intralinks in the same way for states of action? Basically meaning, do states of action connect to each other, or would it be more like, I think the linkage we care about here is actually from here, right? It's like we care about the mapping to the being, not mapping to other actions. Okay, so let's go through this one by one. So first, let's talk about the potential usage of intra-memory links within this schedule branch. And I don't think that it works quite the same way as it did in states of being, because in states of being, the different branches could map to each other, right? Like I could make a state of soul claim and then have reasoning layered on top of that. And so I need an intralink mapping from my state of soul claim to the intellectual branch that provides the reasoning on top of that claim. But in this example, when we're in states of action, I don't think we need an intra-linkage between states of action, unless for some reason you can give me an example as to why you think we should. But definitely for sure what we do need is an ability to link states of being to states of action, right? So I think the intra-memory links in this scenario are more about this mapping. Again, unless you think you can come up with some other sort of reason as to why you think we would need an intralinkage as well between states of action branches, like between the schedule and template branch, for example. I could see it being possible, like maybe the idea is like this input for the schedule would map to this input for the template, something like that. I don't know, just think about it. Let me know what you think. Maybe we need both types of intramemory linkages going on here, meaning like one between action branches and then one between mapping the being to the action branches. The second thing that you wanted me to confirm is that yes, time only is allowed. Anything is allowed as long as it fits this data structure. And then remember, the LLM will reason within whatever was captured and decide if and how it relates to future or past user inputs. For the last one, I'm not sure what you meant by drop tier row for fixed. Just elaborate on that a little bit. So that's that. And then, yeah, moving forward, what I think we need to do is basically consolidate into one document and fix anything stale and just make sure everything is up to date. Like, for example, you said something about the intent daily setup or something like that wasn't mapped to the current example of how it should be. After that, we would go into the template sub branch of states of action and start working on that. After that, I think the next logical thing would be to do the inter-memory linkages, so memory across rows, because then on top of that, making sure that that logic is all sound, we could then start to implement transfer contracts and the associated tables that would support those transfer contracts, either for like drawing schedules or storing templates and making them a visual thing as well. So I think that's the course of action. And then one final thing, yeah, so there's definitely going to be some things in this repo that are stale, and the examples and the way the old data structure was does not map to the new North Star. Essentially, we're building the idea from scratch, but still referencing some of the potential older ideas that do fit into the new vision. So we don't want to completely ignore it, but we don't want to force older models into the newer ones if they don't fit. So basically what that means is be aware of past context and past structure, but keep in mind that we are moving in an entirely new direction, and that will force some of the old structure to either change or not be used at all. And then the one final thing I wanted to touch on is just I wanted to make sure how we handled metadata. I think that's it's its own column per input capture row, right? And basically the idea is it's just picking up things like the parser model, how long it took to parse, that type of stuff. And then was there anything else inside of metadata? Like did we include like the target or whatever? Let me look at Supabase quickly. Yeah, like schedule transfer, like some sort of target mapping, or I don't know. I remember I mentioned it recently, and you said we already handled that. Can you just explain that part of it a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, so the intra state of actions that are not linking like states of being, I'm not even sure what that would mean. confidence is not needed anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. It's getting complicated. Okay, let's go through these one by one. So yes, it's definitely high priority that being action links are set up and accounted for. That's the important context to map. Okay, let's go through all of this. Yeah, so being action links are definitely something that needs to be kept track of inside of the schedule branch inside of states of action because that's how it maps the being context to the action. Memory links definitely also needed as the across row layer for multiple user inputs when they may or may not be related. And then honestly, I'm not really understanding still the state of action intralinks where we're specifically intralinking across states of action within one user input. Give me a very explicit example of how this would work and why we would need it and what it even really means. I'm just not totally seeing how we would need it or what that even really means. 2, yep, good. 3, yep, good. 4, so for 4, I'm looking at the metadata and just for processing data now. So capture method is good, parser version is good, processing time is good. Parse status, just let me know what that means. I'm not sure if we need that still. Confidence verdict, we definitely don't need because we have that entire thing mapped across every single parse entry within each of state of being and state of action branches, so we don't need that here anymore. No action type, also not sure what that means, so let me know. Template routing class, I don't think we need that either anymore. It doesn't seem relevant to the new workflow. Clarification pending. That would be maybe necessary. I guess like if the LLM basically asks a follow-up question and is expecting an answer in the next prompt, it can then query back and look at, okay, there was a clarification pending and then understand that context. So that one's probably okay to stay. So that would basically, I guess, keep track of like what the LLM is looking for in the next user input. Is there a better way to structure this data? Should that maybe be its own column, or is that fine here in metadata? Maybe that should be something more related to the interlinking, like the memory link column, maybe that should get moved over there. I don't know if this is actually really metadata. Definitely not processing data, actually, now that I think about it. So now let's look at transfer outcomes. So what workflows did after the parse? So basically what this is getting at is what type of use the input data had done with it, meaning like if the input mapped to a schedule transfer, that would be stored here in the metadata. So what happened after the parse? I think that's good. Um, so we do have post parse mapping. Do we have pre parse mapping built in? Or like during that parse, like what did we think was gonna happen before, or would that be redundant with this? I don't know. I'm just talking at this point. Note data. I think note data is a part of transfer outcomes, is it not? So I don't know why you said it's optional. Is that a separate thing? Was there a separate entry for just general notes regarding metadata? If there was, we definitely don't need that. We already have all the context we could ever want to have. Let me continue on now. Number 5. So stale repo versus new North Star. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna trust you that everything is aligned. Execution order, so consolidate the docs. Yep, I really want to put this all into one document. I'm noticing that um, there's still a schedule docs and links thing, and then there's also that other North Star data architecture file. So I really want to have everything just in one nice document. Everything we could ever want to know about what it is we're about to build and implement, all of everything, states of action, states of being, everything. Um, Files to touch and consolidation pass. Okay, yeah, I see. So here you were actually about to do it. You were just waiting for my confirmation. So go through this prompt. Let me know that we're on the same page with everything, and then we'll go ahead and we'll do that consolidation after. I roll deep with my crew. It's ridiculously hot in this room. It's very bad. Yeah, I'm gonna press yes, omit, and then, but after I'm gonna prompt it to be like, so what actually did you mean by that? Open clarification. Talking about this. Clarification pending. Yeah, probably this is better. Not probably that is much better. That's what I was getting at. How long have I been live? I think it hasn't been that long. Maybe 4 or 5 hours. see. 4 hours. You should. Oh, so dumb how they designed this. Yeah, that one's easy. Being action, we know. Yeah, being action, we're aligned. Crossroads, memory links, we are aligned. Yeah, all of those we agree on. So here is the one that we don't quite understand. So state of action, interlinks, reduction. One capture row, one utterance. Everything on that row is parsed from that single breath or type message. Interlinks only answer among the action targets on the same row. How do these two relate? They do not connect being the action. They do not. Yes, I know that. But what does that mean? So let's see its example. So to schedule, no interlink. Probably fine for everyone. So user, gym to 7 and cancel my morning run. So how would it handle that? So move gym to 7 and cancel my morning run. So it's splitting them up like this. That's fine. So what transfer does without interlinks? Okay. You'd add an interlink. Or I'm throwing both together. Oh, so I see. I see. I see. So I think it's always better to go with the more granular option and split everything, right? Because you don't know if they're actually linked. By morning routine. So it's definitely on to something here. So what's it saying? So without interlink, transfer might one apply morning routine, two plays deep work, but nothing close to deep work is the extra block on top of the which deep work is being with label. So with interlink, it would be saying the calendar block is the downstream instance of that template. Apply. So template templates. Where interlinks are mostly defensible. this. So it's actually pointing out a very real difficulty. Okay. So I'm gonna need it to explain this a little bit more. So note, my usual morning routine in block 9 to 11 for deep work. So this is all good. Only what it's saying the issue is that without the linkage, so apply the morning routine, okay, and place deep work, but nothing forces deep work is the extra block on top of the routine. But it's not. They're different things, so isn't that fine? So is it just saying do it after, like in that order? Like what is it getting at? So I think what it's getting at is maintaining the order in which they should be implemented. Is that the idea? Isn't that you don't need interlinks to handle that, do you? So this can go. We'll get rid of this for now and rethink it if we need it later. So in the event where this is basically saying in the event where the LLM follows up and is expecting a response, keep trying with that. That's fine. That's actually very strong because then it will know if the user has followed up, and then this is basically mutable, I guess. And then it should also link where that resolution came from. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. So for intralinks, for state of action, it's starting to become a little bit clearer to me what I think you mean. So for example B, is what you're concerned about the order in which these things get drawn in, meaning like the template for morning routine would go first and then schedule would go second. And then basically, if there is no interlink, the system doesn't know if these things are meant to be tied together, meaning that they have to be drawn in at the same time or something like that. Um, I don't know, just let me know a little bit more about what you mean. But I think it's okay if they're left granular and segregated, right? Like it's okay, or it actually should be that, morning routine and the schedule description for placing a deep work block remain separate because they are separate things, right? Like if they were meant to be together, they would be an activity template already, right? Like events that happen together happen in succession in the same order. Oh, this is bad. Okay, let's talk about interlinks. So it's starting to make a little bit more sense to me. So, for example, B is one of the things you're concerned about the order in which these would get drawn in, meaning like um, templates gets drawn first, then schedule gets drawn second, and then if there's no interlinks, there's basically no way for the system to know whether or not these things have to get drawn together or if they're separate things. What I'm thinking is for schedule is basically every action is a separate thing, right? And if they weren't, they would already be a part of a template, an activity template, right? Like things that are grouped together. So I'm wondering if intralinks are needed in this regard, like specifically for states of action. Like obviously we need the other ones for states of being as well as linking states of being to states of action as well as memory links, but this one seems like it might not actually be needed. I'm not really sure what it is you're trying to accomplish with it or what the point really actually is. And if I am understanding it correctly, it seems like something that we don't need to account for. Like, I don't really think it makes sense that somebody would say like, okay, I need to do my morning routine and then I need to do deep work from 9 to 11, right? Like, is it because like maybe if there's an overlap in time, like let's say the morning routine usually goes from like 9 to 12 or something, and then they want to deep work from 10 to 11, like, or 11 to 12, some sort of like overlapping time, like the system wouldn't know how to handle those or put them together. Like, is that kind of what you're getting at? I'm honestly not really sure what it is you're getting at with what intralinks for actions is actually specifically solving. Like, yes, I understand that the point is to link actions together, but in what sense? Like, what does that actually mean? Right? And then moving on down the list here for metadata. So, yeah, we're also going to drop the no action type from metadata. If it becomes relevant in the future for handling that unintelligible or unactionable thing, we'll design that again later. Like I don't think it's going to be working the same way as it did before, so I highly doubt we'll be using it in this way. And if we do, it still shouldn't live in metadata anyways. It should have never been here in the first place. And then parse status, I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. Yeah, let's get rid of parse status as well for now. Moving on now. So this is a good idea. So for clarification pending and dialogue state, Basically, it's basically doing the job of anytime the user says something and then the LLM requested a follow up. It keeps track of that, right? Like what follow up is it expecting, and has that follow up been resolved? The one thing that I do want to add is the same way you've mapped from version ID, you should also map where the resolution came from, right? Like how that resolution gets mapped. And then basically the resolution would happen within the row where it was written. So the resolved key value pair is actually mutable. Like that can flip from false to true when the resolution does happen. Hopefully that makes sense. It's like the LLM would know, like, okay, in this past input, this is a resolution that we were waiting for. Did it resolve in this current input? And then going into the last input after that, it would flip resolve from false to true if that resolution did actually happen, and then it would map to the UUID of the new row. Hopefully that makes sense. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but let me know if that made sense. Let me keep scrolling down here. Yeah, transfer outcomes pre-verse post parse. It's handled perfectly. You're right. Intent is captured in state of action branches, and then outcome is the transfer outcomes. That's right. Yeah. So just look over that. Let me know what you think. This guy codes. This guy fucking codes. This guy talks to robots all day. Is what he does. That's what I do. I'm a professional yapper. I just yap to robots all day. How are you doing, Cody Jog 3? What is that, bro? You teach me? If you can teach me, I'll be impressed. Okay, let's see what my robot said. Seems to be on the same page. Because I know how to think. And it's not true. I do, in some sense, understand. I mean, here's the reality, okay? Here's how coding works, okay? As long as you understand data structure, that's basically all you need to understand nowadays. If you understand how data works and you understand how to think through systems and data and workflows, you don't actually need to know how to implement them in computer science language. That's the reality. What you need to be good at is understanding data structure and communicating in plain English how that data structure should support functionality. And if you can do that well, AI does extremely well at mapping that human language to source code. And then as for your question, how do you handle errors? Basically, you need to, again, be able to communicate very well why the error is failing. And in order to do that, that comes back to understanding the data structure that underlies that error. So you don't need to know how to code at all, but what you do need to know is how to think and how to reason with data. No, that's not how it works. So, number one, you don't get slop when you understand data structure and you understand how to communicate in the English language. That already massively reduces slop. That's number one. You do a lot of planning before any code is actually implemented. So that's number one. Number two, when there is a problem, again, because you've done the proper planning and you understand everything that's going on behind the scenes, what you can do is you can communicate the error in a way which actually does relate to the code through your understanding of the data structure. So when you then communicate that to that error back to the AI, it actually does a very good job of fixing that code in a way that doesn't produce slop, essentially. So Step one is minimize the slop at the start, and step two is understand what you actually did. So when there is a problem, the fix isn't more slop on top of slop. That's kind of how it works. You need to be able to think and you need to be able to speak. And then yeah, you do need some sort of understanding of data structure. Not some sort of understanding. Like if you really understand data structure and like the different types of things that are available, like whether like this type of feature would be supported by like some sort of JSON-B nested array structure, or like you do need to know kind of what's going on. You do. But how to actually sit there and what the commands are for the functions within a certain language and all that stuff, that does not matter at all. Hopefully that makes sense. Have you ever tried? You ever tried coding with AI? Okay, let me be very clear here. Let me try to explain this to you in a way that makes sense, because it's not that I don't understand code, okay? I don't I don't have access to the information of the actual language of the code, right? Like I don't know the syntax of the code, but I for sure know what the code is doing as it relates to the instructions that I gave the AI and all of the data that is being passed into and through the code in order for it to function correctly. Like, do I know the symbols in Chinese? No, right? I don't know the symbols in Chinese, but maybe I can still understand the Chinese language. I can't write down Chinese on a piece of paper, but maybe when somebody speaks it to me, I can understand it, or I can speak it to them and I understand it, right? Like it's different to understand something and be able to write it down, right? Those are two different things. But yes, of course you need to understand why things are happening. Yes, of course. You need to know in general what's going on. Do you need to know the syntax of how to call a function in a certain language? Absolutely not. But would you be able need to be able to look in the code maybe and figure out, okay, this is the problem that I'm experiencing. I see that these are functions, right? Because I know generally what functions might look like in this language, and then I could go in and look at it and go, okay, AI, go look in these functions here. This is the error. Figure it out, basically, based on all of the other context that I've already given it, given the data structure, all of these other things. Can you tell me what this is? I'll do it. Bro, this is like first year, like retard level computer science. Like, of course I understand that, yeah. But that's not what's going on here. Like, you're thinking too narrowly. Like, computer science is no longer about like um it's like this is not what makes an app work, okay? It's not what makes an app work. Not anymore, at least. Like, think about it like this. Like, the way coding works now is you need to be a systems level thinker and you need to understand the data that supports those systems. You 100% do not in any way need to understand the language that supports those systems, period. And whether you want to believe that or not is up to you, but my advice to you is go try it and you'll see for yourself. With that being said, do I have zero knowledge of language? No, I do have knowledge of language, but that's not the point. Okay. But bro, listen to me. Listen to me. Okay? I understand what your code is doing. I don't care about proving to you that I understand what it's doing. The point I'm making is that understanding the example that you just gave me will in no way help you with what I'm doing or being able to use the tools that are available now. Okay, I'm not beating around the bush. Okay, let me look at what you actually wrote. I'm not even really paying attention to. I can't scroll up. Hold on. What chat are you on? No, so I'm actually reading what I'm doing. That's why I'm not trying to answer this random coding puzzle. Like, hold on. I have to find it in the chat here. Okay, so we have a variable called random name, which you have incorrectly written because there is a space, which is not allowed in any coding language syntax. So random name is Bob. The question is, will I win the lottery? That's another variable. Then we have another variable called answer, which is set to, is that a string? An empty string? What is that? I can't see. Is that an empty string next to answer? And then you're saying random number is equal to the function random.randint from 1 to 9. So you're saving random number in this, so it could be some random number, and then you want to print random number. So it could be any number from 1 to 9. Depending on what languages this is in, it may or may not be valid syntax. I don't know, but the idea is you're printing a random number from 1 to 9. That's the idea. Something like that. But depending on the language and like this is not real code, right? Like I don't maybe there's a syntax error. I have no idea. Like this you just wrote a bunch of random shit. Does that satisfy you? What's the syntax error? Okay, never mind, bro. What causes a syntax error is basically when you type something that's not a part of the rules of the language. Something along those lines. Like anytime you do something which is not understood within the context of that language, meaning it's not a supported ordering of characters, then you will get a syntax error. It's like if you misspell something. That's the analogy. Bro, you're not gonna get me, okay? You're not gonna get me. I studied all this shit in university for many years. I know all of it, I promise you. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that you don't. No, I didn't say it's not something not spelled right. I'm saying, okay, you're clearly not very intelligent. What I said is that a syntax error would be analogous to in the English language when you misspell something. Syntax is a measure of incorrect language output, right? So when you're using the language incorrectly, that's a syntax error. So if you try to say call a function in the way that the language does not define, that's a syntax error. So you're making a mistake within the language. Not that you misspelled a variable. That would be a name error. Okay. What year are you in university? Where do you go to school? Okay, I need to continue with what I'm actually doing. That was a big waste of 10 minutes. Are you like against like using AI to code or something or what? Is that your thing? you're like holding on to like knowing about every language and being able to write it by hand or something, or like what is it? See what I can grab here. Okay. Bro went real quiet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, good. So we have resolved the fact that we do not need this intralinks idea, which is a good thing because it would have been like impossible to implement, I think. I don't think it's a good idea. But one atomic unit, you decided that's not how the product should think. Yeah, exactly. It's not how it should think. Two separate entries are two separate entries, right? Like, you only ever schedule one thing at a time, right? That's kind of the idea. Not one thing at a time, but you can schedule multiple things at a time, but it's one, like each thing is its own thing. Like I could schedule 5 different activities at once, but each activity is still its own activity. They're not linked, and if they are, that's a completely different thing. It's a template. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up here. This is the end for today. I'm in a good spot. A very good spot actually. We did a ton. For anybody watching, let Cody jog be a lesson to you. If you know, you know. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow.